Let's start with the basics of CSS. Let's create a new file called index.html. Let's put some dummy HTML here. Let's start go live server. We have the live server now. There is nothing here, but we will add something. So default HTML styles. So any HTML document will have HTML, head, body. These three elements are the structure of HTML document. In this, we will have header element. Header is usually used for top navigation elements. Let's say I will add h1 here, heading. Likewise, we will have h2, h3. Okay, these are actually basic HTML elements. There are some set of predefined styles for these elements. Let's see what those styles are. In the section tag, we will have some dummy text. I've added just dummy text. If you type in, let's say, lorem, in VS Code, there is a shortcut. If you type lorem and press tab, it will autofill some data for you, some dummy text. So it's kind of a paragraph. We'll add another paragraph. And we also have list items. Unordered list and ordered list are two types of list items. We will visit that in some time. This is unordered list. Something like that. And there is something called ordered list, which is a bullet points. If you see all this in the browser, it will be evident. Build this one and then we visit the browser. Now let's go to the browser. And if you see here, these are the headings, these are the paragraphs, and this is the unordered list, and this is the ordered list. The difference between ordered and unordered is unordered will have bullet points as dots, and this will have numbered lists. These styles also we can change with CSS. Let's inspect this and see what's the default CSS rules for these styling elements, styling properties for these elements. Let's click on this. Let's go to heading. So if you see here, by default, user agent styles is nothing but the browser's default styling for these elements. We can customize these stylings based on our set of rules. So these are the default applied stylings. If you see here, EM is the default measurement for the element measurement. So one EM is the font style. EM is actually equal to the font size of the browser of this particular element. If you see the paragraphs, this is a block element. You see here, heading is a block element. That means it will come in a separate line. You see paragraph. This is also block element. Display property is block. For unordered lists, list item has display as list item. List style is disk. Disk actually means there is a circle here. This dot. List style, if we change, if you type down here, we can actually see different types of list styles. If you select square, it will be square. If you select circle, it will be an unfilled circle. If you zoom in, you can see the difference. So default list style is the disk style. We are actually overriding this style with circle. And if you go to this ordered list item, list style type is decimal. We can actually change that. All the other items, we can actually use any other property like this. So these are the default styles for the browser elements. We can customize these defaults with our own set of rules. We'll now see a simple division with a background. We'll first see the background styling. So we can actually refer to MDM, CSS reference. All the CSS properties, what elements will support what CSS properties, everything will be listed here. Anchor elements is nothing but the links. So we can actually see all the properties, width, height, all this. You can refer to this. Now let's see the background property. Create a division. I think I'll create it in the top row. I create a division element with a class name as background. So first thing we need to learn here is the class. So items can have IDs and classes. Let's say I have another item. I can have ID as my division. And whatever we put here can be selected with the ID. So there are ID selectors and class selectors and element selectors in CSS. Let's see how to use those styles. In here, let's create a new styles.css file and include this file as a styling element. Link relation as style sheet. Strength. Source. This dot slash style.css. And let's select the item with ID as my division. So the ID selector actually starts with pound symbol like this, and whatever properties we keep here will be applied to this division element. Say I will say width as 100 pixels and height as 100 pixels. Background color is say blue. Now let's see the browser. So this division, if you insert, my division is having custom styles that are from styles.css. width as 100 pixels, height as 100 pixels, background color as blue. So apart from background color, we can actually have background image, background image. The background image can be specified with URL something. So let's search for an image. Let's try background. Let's use this background style. Copy image chess. Here I'm going to use this URL. And let's see what this shows. This is the background image. To see inspectors and see here, this will draw the full background image, but size of the division element is not as big as this, which is by 36 pixels by 360 pixels. That's why only a portion of this background is being shown in this division. How to fit this and all, we will see next. We can actually use background position as our cover. And it's not background position. We'll visit that later. Let's say if the division is bigger than the item, we can actually choose background repeat. If the size of the image is small, let's choose a smaller image. Let's find out. Let's use this image instead of. Can comment out rules with this syntax /star and then at the end /. Let's see. Okay, this is also big. We can do something. Fine. So just for demonstration, we'll just use background repeat. Background repeat, we can actually use no repeat. If you want to, if the image is small and the division is big, it will repeat itself. The background image will tile one after the other. The same image will repeat. Let's try 1024 by 768. Now the size of the division will be bigger. And if I select no repeat, it doesn't repeat itself. I don't select this, the background image will repeat based on width and height of the element. If you see here, so the tile has been placed. So it has been styled. So that is the use of background repeat. If I select no repeat, it will only put in the beginning of the division. And we have background position again. Background position is another property. And we can select the offset from the top, X direction and Y direction. So X axis starts from here to the right, Y axis starts from here to the bottom. So X and Y position, we can actually select background position 10 pixels. It is 10 pixels, one property if we are giving, that means from X direction 10 pixels, from Y direction 10 pixels. Okay, if I'm not giving the Y property, it's going to center align this element. If I give and there are 10 pixels here. X and Y both are 10. So if I eliminate one, it will only specify X direction and Y direction will be automatic. So similarly, if I do auto, this is nothing but giving auto in the second part. If I give auto here, it will autofill. If I don't give it, it will center align. There is something called background size, which we can control how much size the image should be. And we can actually say 10%. Let's see how this looks. And only the 10% of this size of the division element, it will occupy. If I give 100%, it will occupy the entire space. So that's about background. And now let's see, there is something called float, which is old style of aligning items. Let's use that. So instead of ID, I'm going to use background here. I'll use this element, remove this. The same styles get applied to the second element, background. Instead of pound symbol, I should use now dot. For class selectors, we should use dot. Now the same set of properties applied to the second element. Now let's visit float property. Let's have another container. This time I'm going to give a container class here for this. Here I'm going to use an image. Some image I will give. So basically, image is a self-closing element. We can actually close without having any closing image tag. We can actually close this. So the best way to use image is to actually close this with a self-closing slash at the end. It's always it's best practice to use a slash at the end for self-closing elements. So there are self-closing elements such as line break and horizontal ruler. So we'll discuss that when we are discussing the HTML elements. So I'll create another paragraph, button from something, another paragraph. Let's see how this looks in the browser. So this is how it is looking, and this, I think I can change the image size. So we can actually give the size here in the image itself. Say I'll give 100 pixels, width plus 100 pixels, height is 100. Yeah. And wave size, height and 50. Yeah. 100 pixels. So the significance of float, we will discuss now. Container. Last name, I'm giving it as containers. So now I'm going to, so if you see, yes, the image tag has been, even though the size of it is only 100 pixels by 50 pixels, it's occupying the entire space from left to the right. If I hover over this, The size is only 100 pixels by 50 pixels, and the paragraph is a block element. That's why it is occupying the next line instead of coming in the same line. If I make this image as a float, it will not occupy. So this line will come over here, and behind that, it will display. Let's see. Let's change the image tags to. So now I'll use a selector. So this image tag is an element which has a class as container, right? So let's use the class selector dot container. And then any element that is within this container which has tag as image should have these properties. This is what this rule specifies. So if I give a space between the element and the next element, that means the second element is a child of the first element. So this is called the parent container, and the image is a child of this. So it can be anything, any nested items. So within this hierarchy, any element that is a child of container will have this rule applied. So this image element, I'm going to use float property. Float left. Float left means float to the left. So if I change the float, it will use left. It doesn't occupy the entire space that is remaining. If there was an element, let's say I want to use this, instead of E, I have some element. Let's say I will use a span element. Hello world. This is not a block element. Let's see how this looks. So hello world got displayed just beside the image because this is a inline element. If you go click on this and see the styling. So if you go to computed, so the display style is inline. Inline elements all display one after the other, whereas block elements will occupy the entire space around them. If you see display here, this is a block element. Paragraph element is a block element, which means it will occupy the entire space in the line, in that particular line where it is placed. So the way to make sure the paragraph comes beside this is one way is to make the image as float, and there are better ways to do that with flexbox and grid containers that we will see in some time. So this was an old approach. So just to know that there is multiple ways, we are using float to demonstrate float. Let's remove this and now apply the float property to the image. That means it won't occupy the space entirely. So it will move it to the front of the display, and this image will be floated to the left. Similarly, if I use float as right, I'll just comment out and add float as right. What this does is it will float the image to the right. So all the text will occupy the space around it, and this will stay in the right side. And that's about float. Let's try something like background and border. Now I'm going to choose container. So I'll specify the width as 600 pixels. This is entirely within this 600 pixels range. I select margin. So actually, this is horizontal margin, left side margin, and this is top side margin. Margin auto means it's actually going to align it vertically to the center. You see here, this entire division is now aligned. If you expand this, margin top is 0 and bottom is 0, and right is auto, left is auto. That means it's aligned to the center of the element. We can actually expand this to 0, 0, 0, 0. This is top, right, bottom, left. Let's say this will be 10 pixels. The bottom is 0. This is 10 pixels or left, 20 pixels. Top, right, bottom, left. So if you expand this, if top is 0, right is 10 pixels, margin, bottom is 0 pixels, left is 20 pixels. Instead of specifying as a shortcut, we can actually explicitly specify these properties. Margin top, 0 pixels, margin bottom, 0 pixels, margin left. Auto means it will center the element from the left. Let's see how this looks. From the left, it will give the entire space, leaving the remaining space to the entire length of the item. And if I specify margin right also as auto, it will center the element. So note that the vertical alignment cannot work with the auto. So we can only specify left and right auto, which will center the element if I specify auto as the margin. So the shortcut for this is margin 0 pixels vertically and auto horizontally. This means top and bottom we have 0 pixel margin, and left and right we have automatic, which will center the element horizontally. And there is something called padding. This I will explain in a bit what padding box model is. If you inspect this, let's go through the layout of computer. Yeah. This is the CSS box model. So basically any element will have a margin and a border and then padding and then actual content. This content is the actual space occupied by the content itself. So around this, there will be padding. Currently, it is 0 padding. And around that, there will be a border. And any element is, we can think of that as a square, a rectangle, a box. This is the CSS box model. So topmost one is the margin. That is what we have specified in the margin. So we have specified left and right as auto, that is automatically deciding based on the window size and the browser display size. And then top and bottom, we have specified 0 padding, 0 margin. That's why it's showing minus hyphen. So inside that, there will be border. Inside that, there will be padding. So we will demonstrate what the padding is. Before that, I'll specify a border so that we will know what padding and what margin is. Let's go to the container. Let's add border here. border. So this is a shortcut. So I'm going to give a border of 5 pixels width and style as solid and color as black. So this creates a border of 5 pixels. If you inspect this, so if you expand this path, so this is a more detailed way of specifying the border properties. So this border is a shortcut for specifying all these properties. We can explicitly specify, just like we specified margin left, margin right, margin bottom. We can also specify border left, border right, all this. And this is a shortcut for that. First element will specify the width of the border and the style of the border, second element, and the color of the border as the third element here. Third property. So I'm putting a 5 pixel border of solid black color. So if you see computed section here, this is the actual content. Around that, there is no padding, which is 0 pixels. So that's why it's not showing. And there is a border of 4.8 pixels. But we actually have 5 pixels width, and this is calculating the line width also. That's why it is approximating it to 4.8. So this is the border. So these all explicit properties we can mention if you want to customize the style of the border. And let's add padding now. So inside this, I'm going to add padding. Similarly, padding can be specified 10 pixels. So 10 pixel padding means all directions 10 pixels. Let's now see how this looks. So padding is now 10 pixels. If you see the coloring around this, this is the padding. So all directions 10 pixels, it's giving a gap. Earlier there was no padding and this space was occupying even more space. Let's remove the padding. If you see, the padding is 0 now. Let's go to the styles and display block. Let's just change one simple property. Box sizing as border box. I will explain what is border box. If you see here, the size of this has been reduced 590 to 156. If I disable this, just 600 by 156. Let's change it to content box. Box sizing as content box. By default, all block elements will have content box as the box sizing model. So browser displays all elements with a content box styling, which means the entire element size increases if we have added the border or margin. So around the margin, it will increase. Basically, let's disable this and let's change this back to border box. If you see here, this is 60.267. If I disable, it is now 55.467. The margin does not come under the size of the element. So basically, the size of the element is including the width and height of the content and the border. If I change to border box, basically the size of the element overall will include border as well as the element text itself. Let's say if this width is 100 pixels and border is 5 pixels, 95 pixels will be the content and 5 pixels will be the border. If I choose border box, if I don't choose border box, this overall size of the content plus border, it will increase. The overall size of it, if I have 5 pixel border and 100 pixel uh, content, it will be overall width of the box will be 100 plus 5, 105 pixels. So the difference is if we want to use same amount of space, whether we have added border or not, we have to use border box. So if we don't use border box, by default, browser will use content box as the sizing model and increase the size of the element when you add the border to it. So if you use border box, no matter what the border you add, it will only occupy 100 pixels, means overall size of the element will be 100 pixels, how much ever border you add. If I choose border box now, and if you see here, 590 plus border is 4.8, I'm just going to increase this to 15 pixels. And then from here, 590, now it has become 570. So border also is part of this overall size of it. If I don't use border box, if I use content box, size of the element will increase overall. The content size, let's disable this and see. So the size of the content still remains 600 by 156 and border got added extra. So the overall the element will occupy more space than its size if we add border when we don't have the border box selected as a sizing model. So two sizing models in the browser. One is content box, one is border box. Content box is the default model. So as we add border to the elements, the size of the element will overall increase and it will occupy more space in the browser, in the page, than its original size. So if we use border box, the overall size of the element stays as it is. And if we add border, increase the border size, it will just reduce the space occupied by the content and giving that space to the border. So that's the difference between border box and content box. So let's disable border box for now and reload. So we now have border as 5 pixels, solid black. There is something called font family. Any content, this content by default, if you see the browser's default content styling, the fonts and all will come from the browser. So family name times environment. This is the browser default uh, font styling. So if we go to fonts, we have so many different options we can use as fonts, different type of fonts we can use. The styling can be changed for the content with a property called fonts, font family. That font family, I'm going to use Arial, different fonts. And if you see the difference, I'll just choose this. If I don't choose this, the browser default fonts will come. If I change font family as to Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif, these are three alternative font families. So basically, if Arial is not available in the browser, it will use Helvetica as the font. Otherwise, any generic sans serif, serif, monospace. There are generic fonts called sans serif and serif. Generic font families. using here. Serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive. These are the generic fonts that are available in the browser. Any operating system will have its own generic fonts. If the custom fonts that we selected are not available in the browser, it will use the last generic font. So the styling of the fonts can be changed with font family. So that's about the basics of fonts, border, and background. Let's look into now positioning of the elements is an advanced concept. We will visit that in a later lesson. Now let's see the inline elements versus block elements. Now we have seen this floats and this is a block element, right? Let's see the difference between an inline element and a block element. Let's add something here. I'll have a paragraph. I will add class as first block. I'll add another paragraph. This is second block. I'll add a span element inline and then one more inline. So if you see here, this is a block element, this is a block one I add. Block. So these are block elements and these are inline elements. Basically, span is an inline element, paragraph is a block element. As we discussed earlier, block elements will occupy the entire width of the page, whereas inline elements display side by side. If you have two inline elements side by one after the other, it will display side by side. Whereas paragraph elements, which is block elements, will display one after the other in separate form. So we can actually change these properties with CSS, override these properties. These are the default styles for these block elements and inline elements. With the display property, we can actually change that behavior. Let's go add styling for these. Let's use paragraph. Let's to actually show the difference. So we can select paragraph elements, P elements. So if you are, this is CSS selector for generically selecting any P paragraph elements. So for selecting an element which has class, we will use dot notation here. For selecting elements with ID, we will use my element. This way we can use IDs instead of classes for selecting elements based on IDs. If you want to generally select based on the element type, element tag, we can directly use the tag name itself here. So all the elements, paragraph elements will apply, will get these properties in the CSS. Background, I'm going to use light green. Let's see this. All paragraphs in this page got light green background. These two got light background. Now all span elements, I want to apply background yellow. We can actually explicitly specify background color also. It's not necessary. Background, if we use. This is a generic way. If you inspect this, if you expand this background, you can see all the explicit properties that were generated. It has changed only the color property. All these other properties you can override it. So now we have inline elements and block elements. Now let's change the background, the margin of these elements. Let's see what's the behavior of these elements if I change the margin. First block for this element, I'll change the margin to first block. This is class selector. I'm going to change margin bottom 0. Basically, it doesn't have any margin now. But still, this is occupying some space. I'll just comment out this and show you the difference. If we highlight this, so if you see the default stylings of this element, computed, so there is a margin of 16 pixels. If we highlight over here, we can see this. If you highlight on this element, you can see there is top and bottom margin. And if you see the second element, there is top and bottom margin. And this element's bottom margin and this element's top margin both are colliding. That is the default behavior of the browser. And we can change the bottom margin of this element with this. Now, as the bottom margin has been removed, these two elements should have been collided, but they did not, because this guy is second block is still occupying this space. If you see this, even when we selected margin as 0, I think it's not selected this element. First block. That's the reason. The quotations are not correct. We go back. Now if we inspect this element, the margin bottom is not highlighted. If you select this, only the top margin is getting shown. And if you select the second element, it has both top and bottom margins, which is 1 EM. We will discuss about EMs and REMs in a later lesson. For now, these are the default measurements for the top and bottom margins. So for the second element, I'm going to remove the top margin so that these things don't have any gap in between. Second block, margin top, I'm going to use 0. Now if you see, the top margin has been removed for the second element, and the bottom margin still remains. And now, so these are block elements. We can actually change these block elements to display like side by side. If you change the display property of these elements, P elements, let's go to P elements and enter. If we specify display as inline, they will show line within the same line, one after the other. Similarly, these inline elements can also be changed, the behavior of them. Display as block, if I specify, they will act like block elements. They will occupy the entire space width of the browser. So this is how we change the block element behavior and inline element behavior with the display property. And we have advanced capabilities like grid and flexbox, which we will discuss in a later lesson. And now, what about text? So within the division elements, we can actually change the behavior of text. Let's use that, see that behavior now. Let's create a section. This is useful for editing content and something like a newsletter kind of approach. This is inline element. How do we change the alignment of text? These all things will be useful in editing content. Further, we have a section which has paragraph. Let's remove this background, or can keep the background, no problem. So this time we are going to manipulate text behavior. So for header element, I want to center align this header element. Main heading, I want to make it at the center. Let's choose H1, which is here. And this time I want to align text. Align center. This will align the text to the center. So what about the spacing between these? We can manipulate with letter spacing. Let's say I'll give 2 pixels, that will be too wide. So for each letter, there will be 2 pixels of gap in between. That is still okay. And for this inline element, I'll change the background to yellow, which I think we already have here. And these paragraphs, I will change the font size and line height. Line height actually specifies the height of each line. The gap between these two lines, we can increase. If I go to the paragraph element, I can actually change the behavior, font size. I'll change it to 20 pixels, which will be by default, the font size will be 16 pixels. Now the size has been increased to 20 pixels. Now I want to change line height, the gap between the two lines as 16 pixels. This will reduce the gap. Usually there will be a gap of 1 EM, which is 16 pixels in between these. I've reduced the line height to 16 pixels, that's why it is colliding. If I increase this to 36, let's see what happens. So it is very much spaced. This is how we can manipulate text behavior. And similarly, we can have alignment of text within the parent element. Let's say in this section, I want to have all the text aligned to the center, left, or start, or end. We can do. So let's use that behavior. For section elements, I'm going to align all text to center. All paragraph text, everything will center align. If you see here, the paragraph is now central. So usually the paragraph will align to the left. There is not from the left, go to the right. And this time, as the parent element text align property has been set to center, all the text within this Even the inline elements will align to the center. Similarly, if I do center, instead of center, if I do left, text align left, all items will align to the left. So there is something called align start. Something similar. There are other properties. Text align start. You can see all this center, end, justify, left, right, start. All this is all different options for text alignments. I'm going to use justify now. It will evenly space the elements to fit the entire width of the parent element. And there is one more thing that we can do, text manipulation. We can actually change the text transform. For text transform, we can use uppercase or lowercase or capitalize. So let's try uppercase. It will change all the text within that element as uppercase. Similarly, lowercase, all elements, all text will be changed to lowercase, no matter which case they have used in the text itself. And similarly, capitalize will capitalize each letter of the first, each of the words, first letter it will capitalize. So these are different text transformation properties. So I'll just come like this. That's about text manipulation. And there is something called positioning elements. So these elements can be specifically positioned on the page, left, right, or which x direction, x coordinate, y coordinates we can specify. That's a bit advanced. We'll visit that in the next class. And there is something called flexbox. We can see here, flexbox. This is very useful, flexbox and grid. These are mostly used in the modern web development. These are very powerful. And instead of using floats, we should always be using flexbox or grid for laying out elements. So we'll visit this also in this class. And the selectors, we already have seen different types of selectors. Just by revisiting, we can select an element by element ID with a hash symbol in before. And this is a way of selecting children of a parent element. These are different ways of selecting specific selected items. So if I use the selectors, we will go into advanced selectors in a later lesson. If I choose like this instead of space, if I use greater than symbol, that actually means the image tag should be an immediate child of this container. It should not be a descendant of this container. It should just be the immediate child of the container. Let's say in this, let's say another division is there. I put this in another division. So this parent child, this descendant selector will select this image. But whereas this selector does not select this image tag because it's not an immediate child of this container. It's a child of another child. This is a grandchild of this, but not an immediate child of this. So these are two different ways to select elements. There are pseudo selectors and more advanced selectors, which we will discuss later. I think for now, so this knowing this immediate select descendant versus uh, descendant is good enough. Let's comment out this. So we'll go into CSS selectors in a later lesson. And just to demonstrate, let's have one element here. Let's put it back. Here I'm going to have one section as container. We'll have a paragraph. Inside this, I'm going to have a link. And I'll have another link here as a direct child of this container. A is not a direct child of container. This A is going to be a direct child of this container. Outside. What's this spelling? Yes. Okay. Okay. Now we have one A element which is not a direct child, and one A element which is a direct child, and we will have another element here which doesn't have any relationship with the parent. It's a element on its own. Link outside of section. So let's see how these selectors work in this context. We go to layer. So we have the container and then a link inside that, and this is outside the. This is a direct chain, and this is not a direct chain. This link, and this is outside of section. Outside of section. Okay. Now let's select each of these specific items. Just a selection. If I select A, which is A element, color as black. This gets applied to all the anchor elements. This element, this element, this element, all three got selected. If I just use section and then A, this will select all the descendant elements of section, descendant A elements of section, anchor elements of section. Color, I'm going to use green. So all the descendants of this section as used, whether it is a direct child or this is a direct child, whether it is a direct child or a descendant inside parent. So all descendants got selected. It need not be immediate child of section. Now, if I do section and then A, this actually means from right to left we should count. So A anchor elements which are inside paragraph elements, which are actually inside section element. So all three conditions should meet. All anchor elements which are in paragraph elements, those paragraph elements should actually be in section elements. Only those anchor elements get selected. Color, I'm going to use pink. That's only this element satisfies all those three conditions. This is inside a paragraph. This paragraph is inside this section. And this does not satisfy that condition. If I have to select only this, I can use something like section or container. I'm going to use within container, which is the class here. Immediate child should be selected. Immediate child, this one. Immediate child, if it is A, I can actually give the gap here. We should actually give the gap. So we should use color orange. Only the immediate children will get selected here. Only this thing satisfies that criteria. So that's the difference between a descendant and immediate child. That's about CSS selectors in overall view, but it's not in depth. There are pseudo selectors and more advanced selectors, but this thing will give us our basic understanding, and we can proceed with our next steps. And what's next? I've discussed content box and border types. Let's discuss that one more time so that it's clear. I'll have a division class box 1. It's now box 2, box 2. We compare these two. One, we will change it to border box, and one we will change it to content box, and we can see the difference within the browser actually. We have this box 1, box 2. Let's change the size and width of this. Box 1, I'm going to change the box, the divisions. I'm going to have backgrounds. Divisions. So, okay, there is one more thing I want to discuss here. So, if I want to select all divisions which have class as box, let's see, I have box. I'll have box here also. Whether it is box 1 or box 2, you can have multiple classes, subdivisions. This is actually a box, and box 1, box, and box 2. If I want to select an element which has all the classes or more than one condition, all the division elements which have a class of box, even though a section has a class of box, I don't want to select that. So that I will demonstrate here. So if I have division and I want to have this division to have the box class, I can select it like this. So this does not select the section element, even though it has box class in it. If I just use dot box, it will select both these two divisions as well as the section element. Just to demonstrate, I'll just throw background color. So all these two divisions, let's say I'll just select red to show the text also. So this box, this is a section, this also got selected, and these two boxes also got selected. I don't want this section to be selected, so I can use division without any gap if I do. So this condition has to satisfy both conditions. It has to be a division element and it has to have the box class for it. So now it has selected these two boxes, these two divisions which have the box class. And now I'm going to use width and height for this. Width as 200 pixels, 4 boxes. Height as 200 pixels, or I'll use 100 pixels for now. Margin, I'll use 20 pixels. So now we have two boxes. Width is 200, height is 100. And this time, I'm going to choose for box 1, I'm going to use border box, content box, and this for box 2, I'm going to use border box. Now I can actually select box 1 because like this, because only one element is there with that class. The box sizing, I'll use content box. This is the default box sizing model for any block elements. The browser default is content box. So even if we don't change this, that will stay as content box. So I'm explicitly specifying that just to demonstrate. And for box 2, box sizing as border box. But initially you won't see any difference. These two have both same sizes. We go to computers. So width is 200, height is 100, 20, 20, 20. Margin, this is the same thing for this 200, 100, 20, 20. So these two boxes are all same size now. There is no difference because we haven't added any border to it or padding to it. The only problem comes when we add border and padding to it. Let's go. So now box 1 is content box and this is border box. Now let's add padding to these boxes. Padding 20 pixels. If you see overall, the size of this thing got changed. Let's inspect. And this, if you see here, 200, 100, the size of the content did not change for content box. And padding got added extra. So that means 100 plus 20, 220 is the width of this. If you see highlight here, if you see the highlighted elements here, the padding has been highlighted here. So this is the border. It's up to here and padding got added extra. If you select this is the actual width of the element. If you go to this box, so padding got reduced from the total width of the element. So if you see this has 200. Earlier it was 200 for this also. As we have added padding, so the left side 20, right side 20 pixels, it got reduced from the width of the element, content of the element. So now the new width has become 160 and padding got added extra. That's one difference of content box and border box. So if we want to have our layout fixed and the width and height of the element should not change, whatever the border we add or padding we add, the size of it should not change, means we should always use border box rather than content box. If you use content box, if we change the alignment, padding, border, all these properties, the alignment of these layout will get disturbed. So it's better to use border box when we are laying out items in a well laid out fashion. And let's add border also now. Padding is affecting the width and border, I'm going to add 10 pixels solid black. Now, if we see this, width of it did not change. The overall size of the element got changed from 200 plus 20, 20, 40, 240 plus 10, 10, 20, 260. So overall width has become 260 pixels. Whereas for this, it has further reduced the size of the content, adding the border also as part of the content width itself. 140 plus 40, 180 plus 20, 200. Overall size of it, border box means including the border, this is the overall size of the element. Content box means excluding the border and padding, this is the size of the element. So that's the difference between border box and content box. And we need to look into flexbox and grid that we will see tomorrow. And for today, that's all for today. So in today's lesson, we will cover font sizes, font varieties, font manipulation, and we have also seen in our previous classes the box model and content box and border box. In today's lesson, we will look into flexbox and grid also. So before covering that, we will just cover one small aspect of design, like fonts. So we have default fonts. If you inspect this body, so any text with a paragraph, there will be a font defined. So these are all default fonts, say computer fonts. By default, the browser takes system fonts and uses it in rendering the content like this. So if you see here, rendered fonts as font family times 0 because I'm using Windows. The default font family is times 0. So you can actually explicitly specify what fonts you want to use. So let's do something here and change the fonts to our custom fonts. So basically, if you want to have custom fonts, you can actually search for Google Fonts. You can use any type of fonts. These are freely available fonts. So you can use any type of font. So if you browse through this, and if I want to use this font, you need to go to get embed code. You can use this, and in your CSS, you have to declare it like this. So any content which is in this class HTML will have this fonts. Let's try using this in our, let's say I will create a division that has class name, class as something like this. You can use any class name, but I'm going to use this. And here I'm going to define a paragraph and create some dummy text here. And then add one more. Another paragraph. So if I see here, the fonts are default fonts. So because I haven't applied the fonts yet. So in order to use this font family, we need to actually embed this code in our head section. So for this class, I'm going to define in my style.css this specific. I'll explain each of these properties in a bit. So if I go to the browser and see these two paragraphs are in this style. The remaining paragraphs are all in default font. Inspect here, so we can see the font family, font weight, and font style. Let's do a quick background on this font family. So font family, actually, we can in font family we can specify multiple fonts. So the first font and second font, third font, and so on. The first font will be taking priority. If this font is not found in the browser, in the operating system, it will use the second font. If not, so this is a default styling for system fonts, system UI. If I use, it will use the system's default fonts, which is Times New Roman. Let's say, for example, this underdog is not defined. Let's just comment out this portion where we are including the styles, the fonts in the head. If the font is not found, it defaults back to the system fonts if this font family is not defined. Let's say I will use in here, if not underdog, I'll use sans serif or serif. So there is a difference here. Sans serif and serif are the default generic font types which are defined in all browsers. And if I use monospace, it will show like this. So usually monospace is used for code. So if I'm defining some kind of code, formatted code, I would use monospace fonts. And serif is normal text, and sans serif is undecorated text. Serif is kind of a decorated text. If you see, just redefine it to serif. So these are undecorated text. If I use sans serif, this is decorated text. So but it looks, the looks wise, it looks same. In some systems, you will see the certain differences. So by default, we use the first font family, which is defined in this. Is the font family. If that is not available, use sans serif. Otherwise, use system UI. System UI means the default fonts of the system. So we can define any number of font families here. If one is not available, it will alternate to the second and so on. And let's see what is there in this particular font. So if I define it as a font, I'll see what's available here. I go to the specific URL. You can see the fonts defined. So this is actually a definition of font in CSS. This is a CSS file. So basically, we can have our own fonts defined if we have the font files. These are called font files. Web fonts. These are web fonts. So font family, we are defining it like this. Font face is the keyword for defining the specific font. And font family, whatever we declare it here, is what we will be using in the style definition for font family. So this font, whenever we use this font family, it is going to use the fonts that are coming from this web fonts. I go open this web fonts. So this is the format for fonts. So there are formats like TTF, SVG formats, all that is available. So WF2 is a web font. So all the symbols are defined in this web fonts. So how each of these letters should look like is all defined in that. How to create your own custom fonts and all this can be discussed later in font creation tutorial. For now, we can use any font from the Google Fonts, or if you have font files available, custom created fonts, you can create these fonts within your CSS. So if not this, I can just copy paste this in my CSS without including this entire thing. Include this entire thing and define the fonts here. This. So I'm defining font. Yes. Now even though I haven't added the post headers links, yes, now it can display these fonts because our CSS will download these fonts into the browser and it enters it. If you go to the network tab, you can see these fonts being downloaded. So this is the fonts that it is downloading. WRT. So this is how we use custom fonts. And the next thing is font size and font weight. If you see here, font weight is the font weight. If I use the thickness of the font, if you can see here, the bolding, how much bold it should look like, it's all defined with font weight. If I give 700, let's see, it gives a bolder look. It can extend till 900, even more bolder, and it can go to the lighter, like in 400. See, so it will approximate, if the font weight is not defined in the font, it will approximate to the nearest font weight. So while designing the fonts, we would have a specific set of font weights. So this has regular font weight as 400. So I can also include other font weights. I can use you can basically experiment with this and try to increase the font weight. This has one style. This font only has one style. We can have multiple styles for fonts. Let's try this. We have we can experiment. We have different font sizes here. Basically, these two fonts have same font sizes. You can have, like if you browse through this, you will have more fonts which you can customize. So it's not a tutorial about fonts. So just the basic idea of using different fonts, and font weight specifies the weight of the fonts. Based on the weight, we will have the thicker or thinner text. So font style, we have normal and italic. Italic is tilted fonts. Bold is bold fonts. So you can use a thicker version of the font. Even if I define 400 as the font weight, if the bold is defined, it will use a bolder text. but this font does not support. Um, it is not update. Yeah, only these font types are available. So the boldness, we can use the font weight itself for boldness. So that's about fonts. And we have, this is font styling. The font, there is something called font size also. We can define what size this should be. I'll just use font size to 26 pixels. By default, it is 16 pixels or whatever is. This does not support size changes. Let's use this class. So this class, how do I define this box.container? This like this. If a specific HTML element has both these classes, then only this rule applies. Basically, we have seen child, immediate child, and descendant selectors. This is one more selector which allows us to select by multiple classes. If a specific element has multiple classes, we can use like this. We can add any number per class, something like this. So if the element has both these classes, then only these styles get applied. So for this, I'm going to use, let's select this. Let's try it out here before doing code changes. So currently the font size is 20 pixels. Let's use this section. Let's increase the font size to 5 pixels. And pixels is one kind of measurement. And if I use one rem, we use the normal root element size. The root element size is dependent on the font size that is defined within the operating system or within the browser. So if you specify font size as 16 for the root element, which is 16 pixels, one rem will have equivalent to 16 pixels. And we can have one EM, which is also another kind of measurement. So one EM represents the measurement of the parent element. So one rem represents the measurement of the root element, which is HTML element. And one EM represents the size of the parent element where the element contains. So if this is one rem, and this depends on the parent of it. So what's the size of this? What's the font size defined in this? Based on that, it will change the EM value. So that's three ways to define font size. So we can define font size here with pixels, but this is overriding it. Disable this. It's limited by the line height. Let's define it within this paragraph. Let's define it as font size 100 pixels. It's defined as 100 pixels. It's overriding this. Let's just say I don't want, if anybody changes this styling in the future. I don't want anybody to change the styling. I can actually define that as important. So here we have declared as font size clear. This property, if I want to make sure that nobody changes this and all of the priority should be given to this, in that case, I have to define it as important, which means even if anybody changes this font size in the future for this P element, it won't get affected. And this will take preference over all the other property, over all the other declarations that are done. If I go back, now it's back to 20 pixels. Even though we have defined the latest value here at the end, it's not taking that value. That's because we have declared it as important. So that's one thing to note. So that's about font size. So let's go here. Just need to cover one small aspect of it. So if you see here, border color we have seen. Let's see one more property called border radius. Let's say 5 pixels. If you see here, if I define that, and this has a rounded corner now, I just increase it to 15, even more rounded. So this kind of stylings we can apply for borders. So that's about the border radius. Let's see font weight. So the bolder text, actually we can define it with font weight itself. Font weight, if I use a 700, 600, it's bolder, right? The same effect can be achieved with font weight as bold. There is another property called bold, bolder. It increases the thickness. These are the shortcuts for increasing the font weight. We can specifically increase it to a specific value, like 700. From 200 to 700, we can define font. So this takes effect only if the font has the supported values. If the font does not have the supported font weight value, it will approximate to the nearest available font weight, and it will render that font size and weight. So that's about fonts. And one thing we should cover now is the positioning of elements. Now we have seen left to right, top to bottom positioning. We can actually position elements anywhere in the web page. That's position property. So by default, position is relative. So if the box is placed, if you see here, if you go to the computer properties, the position we can see but it's not showing here. The default positioning for any element is relative. So based on the previous elements, if there is an element like this, paragraph element, a block element, this box gets placed after that element, so which is relative to the previous element. If there is no other previous elements, it will go to the top of the web page. But basically, we can actually position this box no matter what the previous content is. We can actually position to a specific location, let's say around here. That's possible, but it's really. So let's define something for positioning here. Let's demonstrate the positioning. We create a division which with class wrapper. We create another division with class as parent. We will have three boxes here. Let's define this as class box. Define it as relative position, which is the default one. Relative position box. One more box, which is called absolute positioning. One more with fixed positioning. There are other positioning properties which we can use. And let's see this station. So now we have three boxes. Let's see, change the positioning of these boxes. Let's define position as relative, which is the default, or I'll just use box size. I'll change the box size so that okay. Change the box size to in wrapper class with new parent. Box should have width as 60 pixels. Height as 50 pixels. Padding 10 pixels. We'll define this wrapper size also. So define width as 500 pixels. Margin top and bottom 0 and left and right automatic. Just centered. And define padding as 20 pixels. These are random. You can use any number of any value for this. So I'll define border surface. Context solid black. So this is the border surface. So this one is currently relative, and this all elements have relative property, relative position as of now, but we are about to change it. Let's take this class. So this box relative will change to if we change the position relative. Basically, this doesn't affect anything. So this position, if I put it in the wrapper. Let's see what happens. So by default, all the positioning is street. So what we see in the box is by default in the web page is relative position. Let's now change this parent to relative position. This parent. We have one wrapper and this position. It affects nothing. So now it's the real challenge. Let's make this absolute. Now we will change the absolute box position to absolute position, absolute. But to demonstrate this part, we have to actually do something. And let's complete this position attributes, and then we will see the. So as soon as we change the fixed value, it has actually changed something in the browser. We will see how this gets affected. So let's go back here, wrapper, and let's add one more element to demonstrate actually to see the differences. We need to have more elements around it. Let's define another box. There is something called sticky positioning, which I'm going to explain in a bit. I'll define paragraph here. So 3 paragraphs are defined. So it's all within the same content box, which is the wrapper. This is the same wrapper content, and all the boxes are in here. If you see, this is a fixed container, fixed positioning element. I just remove this fixed positioning. It sticks to where it was. If the relative positioning is defined, so all the things will stay static. And this is what it will give us. If I change this to fixed positioning and element to fixed positioning, that box, wherever initially it got placed, that position will not change whatever you do on the web page. If you scroll up, scroll down, or scroll up, that position will not change. So fixed means from the top and left, this is the fixed positioning for this element. The initial placement will take effect no matter what you do interaction. So that fixed box will stay where it was placed initially. So no matter what you do. And now let's create another wrapper. Second wrapper. Create another paragraph. Let's create 5 paragraphs here. We have 2 elements. The second wrapper is, if you see here, wrapper positioning is relative. Let's just say parent position is also relative, but this time the relative boxes top and left I'm going to customize. Top, I'm going to enter pixels. The top elements, top property will give the offset from the top. So if I just change this, let's make this to the bottom. Top positioning 20 pixels. If I reduce, it go upwards. But from the top, it's going to use 20 pixels. So not from the browser top, only from the parent elements top. Because the positioning is relative. So if the positioning is relative, it will take effect from the previous element, its parent element. So based on its parent element, it will define the top and left. Let's say if I put 0 pixels top, so 20 pixels, 0 pixels, if I say that only takes the padding. So if, because I have 10 pixels padding for the wrapper, the size is starting from here, the position is starting from here. I remove this. This is actually a box. I'll go to the wrapper. Wrapper's padding is defined at 20 pixels. I remove this padding. All the elements get shifted. So now let's go to relative box. The top is I do 10 pixels. It will shift from the top. I can position wherever I want within the element. So that takes effect from the parent element, not from the browser. Absolute positioning different works in a different fashion. Let's try adding relative positioning as 20 pixels. And let's add this relative. I'm going to use top 20 pixels. Bottom offset, I'll put it 20 pixels. I will start changing it around. The relative box 20 pixels, bottom 20 pixels. So bottom offset is also 20 pixels. Twenty pixels, right? 20 pixels. What's the offset from the right is what it defines. Basically, if the alignment is from left to right, we take only the left offset. Right offset will not be counted, even if we change it. For the absolute box, let's do the same thing. Position absolute. Let's try top Let's try 25 percentage values. Bottom 5%. Let's increase the size and see. Open this. Let's make the absolute box. It's not absolutely. Oh, there was a spelling error. Let's find the absolute boxes property. I cancel. Let's remove all the other boxes. We will see one thing at a time. Let's remove this. Relative we have seen. Now let's see absolute box. So absolute boxes properties will change. Let's see what this happens. Let's change it all back to already. Let's remove all this. Start there. Which makes this to position box. So position box, I want to change the size of it. It has 60. Model looks solid. Let's use background. Let's define this parent wrapper. And jacket. Define a parent. So within these three, there is one more parent. This one. If you remove this, this is the parent. Now, change relative. color of this box. Um, like this box. And we'll change the fixed box background like green. We define the sticky also. So sticky box is outside the wrapper. We have paragraphs also within the same wrapper. So our entire wrapper is from top to bottom. The wrapper pieces and this one I remove. We have only one wrapper here. This total wrapper top to bottom is this thing here. This one. This one is our parent wrapper. So within the parent wrapper, we have three boxes. Which one is relative, absolute, fixed. And outside of this wrapper, we have sticky. We have three paragraphs here. But we haven't defined these boxes to absolute yet. So let's define this relative box positioning. We'll put relative. It doesn't change anything. And position of this, let's change it to absolute. Did something. And the box of it, box size actually got reduced. If you see here, the absolute box, the next box, which was in the relative position, actually moved it upwards. If I go change the position to, let's say, left offset, I'll just increase to 10 pixels. I'll just change the back transparency. Set 0. Basically, if we increase the size of this box, absolute box, where should be something like 80. You can see here the previous boxes which is a reduce size, just reduce size. Okay. If you see, as soon as we change the positioning to absolute, actually the next box actually came up. If I remove this, so the absolute box was here. Now, as soon as this box positioning got changed from relative to absolute, that did not occupy any space. The next box did not respect the relative position. So as long as this box is concerned, the relative position only applies only from this relative box. So whichever box is absolute, whichever element is absolute, that won't occupy space in the normal flow of the website, web page. So as soon as we changed it to absolute, that actually became an absolute element that is nowhere related to the web page alignments. So this absolute positioning will help us place these elements in a specific way, no matter what the surrounding elements are. We will define that. We will deep into that more. Let's first comment out this one. And this fixed box Let's change the positioning to fixed. The position I'll change to fixed. Okay, fixed we already saw. So if we scroll down also, the position will stay as it is. If I enable back this element available, so absolute was there, and the other sticky element also was coming. Fixed box is staying where it is upon scrolling. Now let's change the sticky box. Background. Let's comment out these portions before I change anything. So as soon as I change this position to sticky, but certainly there is no difference. Both fixed and sticky are staying the same way. But if I scroll, okay, sticky is not defined. Position sticky, that's but it could actually the behavior from relative fixed position. We'll debug this in a bit. We'll visit the sticky part later. Now let's change the width and heights of these. Basically, I forgot to add some positioning for this. Position relative, parent element also we will add position relative. Define statement fixed. And this box, relative box, let's change the top to 20 pixels, bottom 20 pixels. Height to 20 pixels. Left as pixels. The positioning of this element starts from here, the parent. All four sides, 20 pixels. We have defined as offset. Because right side offset is we can't see uh, there is no element to the right of it. We can't see the offset as 20 pixels. For absolute, we will change the position. It actually moved upwards. Let's change the properties, then we will offset it and it will be right 25% will change, which will offset it to the right. So because we haven't defined any left property, it's respecting the right property. And from the bottom, they will position it at 5%. So absolute positioning has relation with the parent element from where it is defined, whereas fixed positioning will do it from the overall web page. You will see that difference. Absolute position, we have defined right as 25% and bottom as 5%. For fixed position, we'll change this top 0. Fixed one actually got to the top of the web page. It does not respect the parent element. The fixed position took from the overall web page instead of from the parent element. Fixed position. I'll put right also as 0. So we'll move to the right. So this is what fixed and absolute is. Absolute takes care of the parent element with respect to the parent element. What's the offset? It will take care. Whereas fixed elements will take from the overall web page. So absolute elements will move along with the parents, and fixed elements will stay in the web page no matter what you do in the web page. And there is something called sticky, which I think this browser is not supporting. This positioning is similar to fixed positioning. This was a recent addition to the web page. I think it can define a 10 pixels offset from the top and see what is this to be. Okay, I think that was because we haven't defined it all. So let's now scroll and see the sticky ones. Yeah. So in order for sticky to work, we have to define a top or left. So we are trying to position that. Let's put left as 50 pixels. Stays there. Okay. So top we define as 30 pixels. So on scroll, it will stay 30 pixels from the top onwards. Sticky is a similar thing, but it is trying to respect only three parent elements. As soon as the parent element is out of focus, it's gone. So sticky is a thing, a variant of fixed. Fixed will stay for the entire page duration, whereas sticky will stay for only for that parent element's duration. So this parent element within that, as long as we are within that parent element, it stays in that position from left and down. Out of focus, it goes low. So that's the difference between fixed and sticky. So relative will stay with the normal flow of the elements. And absolute will respect the absolute positioning from its parent. Fixed will get fixed from the total web pages content based on the positioning that is added to the fixed element. Sticky bit is a variant of fixed, just the difference is it respects the parent element's work area. If the parent element is going out of focus, that will go away. So that's positioning. Now we'll look into flex box. Let's add this also and see what's system. Second wrapper, it's not in the sticky, is not in this parent. That's why we go on. But fixed will stay. Fixed box will stay. Now, two more things we need to discuss. One is flex box and one is grid. Let's try grid of flexbox. Let's create an unordered list. 1, 3. We have 3 elements here. Let's define this, then height of this. And the pixels, height as 250 pixels. Background will change. Change the list styling. Then let's do padding 0. Margin also 0. Border independence. Pixels solid. Perfect. Now this positioning, the flexbox, we will make this as flexbox. Let's define UI list elements also. So UI list. Background. Border will define as 4 pixels on. These are the borders. Adding pixels. Margins. Now we will change the UL display to flexbox. See what happens. Even though those by default, flexbox has a full ordering. Let's change one property here. Justify content. We have possible values. Flex start. It will be clear if we demonstrate here. So we can change actually flex start is the starting of the flexbox. Let's say flex start. Let's start from the left side. All ordering X direction is row. So flexbox will allow us to align items in a well laid out fashion, in a flow-wise fashion, from left to right or from top to bottom. We can change the flex direction to column. Let's just change the flex direction before doing anything. So I'll change flex direction to column. It will arrange the items in the column. If I change it to row, it will arrange items in a row. Default is flex direction is row, so we'll leave that for now. And justify content will allow us to align items to the left or right or middle or evenly spaced. So these are the values that we can give for justify content. Flex start means to the start as indicated here. Flex end is to the end. I change to the end. I'll just comment out this. So if I change to flex end, it will align to the end. So suppose if I change this back to flex start, if I change just flex direction column, goes from the top, flex end, I do goes from the bottom. So based on the flex direction, it takes justify content. Let's just change this back to column, flex direction column. And now justify content to the right. Doesn't affect because it is a column. If I change the direction to row, this gets affected to the right. Based on the flex direction, whether you can use flex start or flex end. Flex start, if I use it with the row direction, it will go into the left. Flex end, if I use, it will go to the right. When the flex direction is column, flex start will go to the top and flex end will go to the bottom. So that's the difference. Left, normal, right, space around, space between, space within. These three are like this. Let's change back to ordering direction. Justify content. Space around. So it evenly distributes the space around these items. So that it has this item for all, it will use the same amount of space like this. Let's say I'll highlight this. So this space occupied by all these items will stay as they are. Space between so space around is give space around these items. If I say evenly, space evenly, so it sees the gap between each of these items is constant. Space between, if I do, so between these elements, the remaining space will get occupied. So that's the idea of justify content. Whereas we use another property called align items, which takes in these values. Align items to the center. It will align vertically to the center. There is one more thing in the case. Justify content center, if I do, all elements will go to the center of it. And let's do align items. If I do center, it will align to the center of it. Center of the entire content flex container. I now change it back to flex start. Flex start means if it is a flex direction is row, flex start actually represents the top in the align items section. Whereas in justify content section, if it is row, there are two axes in the justify flex box. So in a flex direction row, the horizontal row will be the main axis, row will be the main axis, and vertical axis will be the opposite one. Similarly, in a column flex direction, the main axis will be the column and the horizontal axis will be the opposite. Based on flex direction, justify the meaning of justify content and align items changes. So in a row direction, justify content will align items horizontally, whereas in column direction, justify content will align items vertically. So align items will be the opposite of justify content. If I want to align items vertically in a flex direction row element, I need to use align items. Flex start will align them to the top, flex in will align them to the bottom, center will align them to the center. And the remaining properties like stretch, pivot, baseline will stick to the baseline on the top. So I'll align it to the center. Now let's change these properties in the CSS display as flex. I'm changing display content to star. Display content will flex end. I'm thinking about this again. Justify content center. So whichever is the latest property defined, that will take effect. Take override from the previous ones. If I define the same property multiple times, the next one will take effect. Justify content space between. Space between these items will change. Like content space around, we'll change it to the space around. Space evenly. Distribute the space evenly. And then line items. There is one property called stretch. It will stretch the entire body of the element to the full height of the text box. I just use align items center. Stretch is the default property, default value for the align items. If we don't explicitly define align items, it will stretch all the elements to the full height of the flex box. If I mention center, it will only size them to the center. Align items. Flex start means to the top. In the direction, if the direction is row. So flex direction has not been modified in our CSS yet. We'll do it at the end. Align items. Flex end. It will stick to the bottom. And now let's comment out all these things and define one property, flex direction. Oh, this was the default. Whatever has been described based on the assumption that flex direction is row. Now we will change this to column. Now the flex direction is changed to column and items are aligned vertically. So now justify content flex star. Just comment out each of these and comment combine. Flex direction column. It starts from flex start. Justify content from the start. End to the end. Justify content center means vertically to the center. Space around vertically. Space between vertically. Space between means space between these elements vertically. Space around is again same, just in the vertical direction. Space content space evenly distributes the space. Stretch, it will stretch horizontally. By default, align items are stretch. Now align items to the center, and it will occupy only the width of the element horizontally. This one here only till the width it has expanded. It didn't stretch. Now align items to the start. P. So the difference between align items and justify content is the direction. If the flex direction is row, justify content will take care of the horizontal alignment. If the flex direction is column, it will take care of the vertical alignment around across the main axis. And align items will take effect on the opposite axis. So flex item flex end, align items flex end means to the end of the flex direction. Okay, the vertical direction. Flex end will align to the right, whereas flex direction defines the main axis. So this is about flex box. And there is something called flex bro also. Let's discuss that now. Let's do flex container. Define the flex container. And I'll define element flex item 1, 3, 4. Within this, I have one more. This element will have, let's say, longer text. Okay, now this is actually the flex container. We haven't defined the border. That's right. Let's define the borders. I'll take this flex container class and define the border. Background. Let's do border view. Border, I'll change that to 5 pixels solid. Okay. And for flex items, I'll use background border 4 pixels solid white. Let's do adding as pixels. Okay, now we have this flex container, which is along the column, but actually we need it in the row. Flex container. We haven't defined the flex box property yet on this one. Let's define it as flex box as display property. Now this occupies the space like this, and these elements have lesser width and this has higher width. Let's define something called flex wrap, which will wrap elements. If they don't fit in the same row, it will wrap to the next row. And this actually has moved this fifth block to the next item because it didn't squeeze. The overall size of it did not expand. So earlier, when we did not define wrap, it actually squeezed this element into the same bit, reducing the size of the other elements. And if I wrap it, it will wrap to the next item, next row. So now for these flex items, how do I define the size of it, how to which one to squeeze and which one to expand? But we can use it with flex grow property, which I should see in this. So for the flex items, I'm going to define, let's define this flex direction. Column stays as it is. So for the flex items, we'll define the sizing. Flex grow. This defines how to expand the size of the elements, how to reduce the size of the elements. I'll just change the size to 0, 1, and odd, which means the first element will not grow and second element will grow proportionally, and the remaining elements will automatically get the sizing based on the remaining space of the flex box. Let's come into this point and see how this looks. Okay, this is the normal flow. Flex wrap. I don't do this. First elements, no matter what, it won't grow. If I reduce the size also, I add, remove these elements. Let's remove these elements. So now we have defined flex grow as 0 and 1. So this never increases and this size increases based on the available space. Let's change the flex properties. Flex alignment, justify content space between. Let's add this in. Let's see what happens. And let's add this item. The squeezing happened for this element. Let's say I don't want this box to get squeezed. I can define with a custom property. Item 4, I'll just use it. For item 4, I want to let's go as twice the size. Let's shrink elements. So if I do flex shrink and flex grow and flex shrink are two properties which allows us to control how the sizing gets controlled in the boxes. So basically what we defined here is in the flex grow property. Actually this is wrong. We should use flex itself. The first one will define the grow property and second one will define the shrink property and rest. Okay, this is flex initial, flex grow, and flex shrink. So So automatic means automatically it will shrink, and 1 means equal proportion it will increase the size. Let's go based on the size of the container, it will grow. So flex shrink I defined for 4 as 0, which means it does not reduce the size of it no matter how many elements you add. So let's remove this element and see how this looks. Even though we add one more, we add one more, and the size of it did not reduce but this, even though it is overflowing out of this current block, flex box, the size of it did not reduce because we defined the shrink as 0. Let's define the shrink as 1. That means evenly shrink based on this new elements, based on the initial size, you can shrink it evenly for all the elements. So this is the flex shrink property, and let's define flex grow property. Let's say I have space increased, flex grow, I can define it as twice the overall element size. Now I'll just reduce the elements list. It will occupy twice the space of what it initially has. So flex grow twice means the initial size of it is something. Flex grow 1 means initial size of it. Flex connect, actually there is one thing called flex spaces. This item. So the flex box property, we can define basis, what's the initial size of it will occupy, and flex grow property, how much it has to grow, and flex shrink, how much it has to reduce. Yeah, flex grow, shrink, and basis. Sorry, okay, the order is wrong. So flex grow is defines how much it should grow, and flex shrink defines how much it should reduce based on addition of new elements. Flex basis will be the default sizing of the element. It's based on the size of the element. So all the other items have flex growth as 0. Let's define all of them to 1, which means flex grow and flex shrink and automatic sizing is defined for all these elements. So all these elements will get equal sizing based on the number of elements that is placed in it. And flex shrink is 1, which means it will squeeze all the elements equally based on the size of the elements. Let's add this and it will squeeze all the elements equally to fit in the new content that comes in. Let's say if I define one element to not grow, let's go as 1 and flex shrink as 0. If I add elements, it will not shrink. This will not get shrunk. All the other elements get shrunk and this also gets shrunk. In flex grow, if I remove elements, space evenly gets distributed and this also grows evenly. based on its size. So let's say I will change this item to not grow at all when we change the size. Item 2 will change to next grow as 0, which means no matter the size of the container, this size will not grow from the initial size that it got. So dynamically changing the elements, adding new elements will not change, will not increase the size of this. Even if we remove element 4, the remaining elements will grow evenly, but item 2 will not grow because we have defined growth as 0. So that's about flexbox, flexgrow, flexshrink. So this is a shortcut for flexgrow, flexshrink, and initial basis form. So that's about flexbox. So the same thing, we can specify all these properties in one line: flexgrow, shrink, and initial basis. That's the initial size. Similarly, we have grid containers. This is one way of laying out items. There is something more advanced called grid containers. We create a class. I think with this, we will be done with the CSS. Let's cover this and complete it. The grids are done, basics of CSS will be completed. And you can start the events. We will have a class for this, which has grid item. Let's define the grid contains properties. So border I'll define it as pixels solid black and the grid container. Grid items straight borders. The pixels solid. Right. So grid straight valid. Now, so this is by default, it's a relative box, border box. Let's change this grid containers as a grid box, display as grid. Display grid. It is by default it's a block. Now it's changed to grid. But we haven't defined any properties on this. Now we will define the columns. In grid, the advantage is we can actually define how many rows we can have, how many columns we can have. So for that, we have to define grid template columns, which gives us flexibility to define multiple columns. Let's say I want to have columns like 10 pixels first column. I'll leave it for now. It only has one column. And let's say another item I'll add 10 pixels, second column. And I'll give it as 20 pixels right now. So these columns actually define number of columns that are there. So it's not the boxes that are defined. It's the number of column lines within that. If I have 10 pixels as one, so it will define the number of columns, the gap from the left or previous column to the current column. So the column means this particular column, not the boxes that we define. So 10 pixels, 20 pixels, 30 pixels means it's actually 4 boxes, not 3 boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this thing I'm going to define 100 pixels. This I'm going to define as 200 pixels. See what happens if I define 300 pixels. It's overflowing. So in order to divide equally, so we can actually do one thing. How many columns we want, we can actually define it in something like this. Repeat number of columns I want, 3, and each column how much size we want. So I've divided the grid into 3 columns now. So equally, if I want to divide them equally to occupy the entire space, I can use a formula called 1FR. 1FR means one fraction. If I give 2FR, the same thing, but it actually is the same thing, 1FR. Why we use 2FR is when we want to unevenly distribute space. So this formula gives us 3 equal sized columns. Let's remove this and add something. 1FR, 2FR, 3FR. So this actually does divide the entire space, 3 parts to this third column, 2 parts to the second column, and 1 part to the first column. Similarly, grid template rows also I can define. I can define how many rows I want, the pixels and pixels each. 2 rows I have divided. Similar to sizing, we can also define 2 fractions, 1 fraction like this. The rows also will have the sizing appropriate. We can use the repeat formula also. It 2 times 1 fraction. It evenly sizes the height, gives the height of the box. This is how we define a grid template. So if I go to the grid template, basically this is 3 columns. That's it. The grid columns will define the number of columns, and grid template rows will define the number of rows. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And that other thing was actually is giving 1 column itself. Let's give 1 more. I think that was due to sizing issue because of the border we have. There are overriding elements over. Let's go to the grid. I don't know why this is showing us 4 columns, but it's supposed to be 3 columns. If I increase the size to 100 pixels, it's going to get 2 columns. But leave that for now. So just consider that this is columns and this is rows. We'll dig into that other part. Is that a browser issue? It will be a browser issue also. So basically, we are defining 3 columns here, and we are repeating 2 rows. So we are defining 3 columns, 1, 2, 3 fraction. The total space is divided into the equal spaces. One part represents one part of it, and we are dividing it based on the size. First box will have 1 fraction, second column will have 2 fractions, third column will have 3 fractions. So we have rows defined, columns defined. What else we need to cover? We can add new elements, similar to row. We can define the gap. So gap 10 pixels. So the gap between all the columns and rows, we can define it here like this. If I go to this and expand this, row gap and column gap we can change. Let's try. Now row gap is 10 pixels, column gap is 10 pixels. Row gap is 20 pixels. So between each row, how much size we should leave, how much of the space we should leave, we can use 20 pixels. Column gap is 10 pixels. You can actually define the same properties for flexbox also. Between each of these rows, we can define the gap, how much gap we want. And what else is remaining? I think that's about the flexbox and grid containers. So all gap property, align items and justify content only works in flexbox. Grids, we can actually place them. Okay, there is one thing we should cover. We can cover this with span. So I will give the fourth box item here. There is something called span property. Grid span. Just a second. Grid column. Sorry. So if you see grid column, you actually specify span. I'll show you what. So here for item 4, I want to make this item 4 occupy two, two columns. Let's just define that as grid column span 2. So the fourth item will occupy a space of 2 columns. Similarly, let's say I want to occupy the fifth column. Fifth item should occupy the height of 2 rows. Let's define the span for item 5. Grid span 2. So the fifth item will occupy the space of 2 columns. So this row This row item 5, occupies two columns, and this row item will occupy two columns, two columns and two rows. This grid row means number of rows it will occupy, and grid column means number of columns it will occupy. You can customize any number of, you can align items in any fashion using this grid properties. So earlier we used to use only flexbox and display block and display inline properties. Now grids and flexbox can be used. Earlier we used to use float elements. So now floating and positioning was used. Now we no longer need to use those workaround. So this is more advanced layout fashion. So that's about flexbox and grid. I think we have covered the basics of CSS. We just need to practice more on grid and flexbox. Just move everything into folder. We'll start from scratch. So let's create an index.html file here. I'll make it go live. Before that, I'll just add some doc type HTML template. So in HTML, we'll have these basic components, head and body. So let's go there. I'll put it side by side to compare. So now in the head, I'm going to add the title. It's coming as this, right? Let's add a title, which will be like something like your name. To see it's updated, and we will add designations. That's how we add title. That's next thing. In the content, we will add some header information. Let's put it as header. Inside this, we will have the title, just your name. We'll have a subtitle. But this one, we will style it a little bit better once we have the structure of the document ready. Okay. Something like a description of what we're doing, we will put in main tag. We will discuss these tags in HTML. Some content and dummy content. And then at the end, I'm going to add a footer. So this is the title, other information. This is actually the body. And then at the end, I'll add a footer. I'll add a paragraph that says copyrighted to something. Right. Basically, for copyright symbol, we can actually do something like this. Ampersand copy, semicolon. The symbol is all the copyright. So this we will discuss when we are discussing HTML in a later lesson. If you go through HTML tutorials, there are some standard set of tags like this, which will be evident. So copyright, something like copyright your name, and could be something like your email. Let's say I'm going to add your email here as so for this I'm going to add extra as mail to. So if I'm putting mail to as a protocol, it will open mail and I do. So this mail to actually means if I click on this link, it has to open my mail client and send an email to this email address. If I click here, it will open up my email. So it will ask me which email you want to open up and all that. You click on this and it will create a new. So okay, after this we will add some navigation links. Let's say your social media links. So we will put it in a list of social media links, which will have a list item and a link to your say YouTube, and this will go to your YouTube channel. And this YouTube text, we will replace it with some icons in a few minutes. So each of these list items, I can put it in a single line. That's to copy. Let's put it as YouTube. You have your website. Or Twitter. The Twitter name goes here. Facebook, Instagram. What else? That should do. So that's about the navigation. Again, in the footer, for this, we will style it a little bit more. But before we style, I think we should put these things in a division. We'll put a background around this header and image. So I'll put a division around here. So why I'm doing this division is I'm going to give a background image to this. On behind this, there will be some image coming, and this name will come on top of that image. So for that, so I'm going to give a class name. It's better to give a class name and then background. And this entire content from division main, I'm going to put this entire thing at the middle of the page, even if I expand the page. It will not overflow into left side or right side. It will stay in the middle. Is what I'm going to do. So for that, I'm going to center that. So this entire content, I'm going to put it under one division. And these divisions, I'm going to style them separately. So this division, I'm going to give a class name as content wrapper. That's good enough. And let me give the body tag and class name as well. So this signifies that I'm in the home page. If we have page specific styles, we can apply to that. Okay, now we have the main content. Let's go to the styles, create new styles called style.css. With styles.css. So I'm going to include that in the head section of this page. So that will be a link relation is style sheet, and href is going to be /styles. So let's do one thing. We will put this styles.css in a folder called CSS. Move it to workflow CSS, and we will use CSS slash dot slash CSS. We don't have to use this dot slash if you're using relative paths. It's in the current folder, it will search in the current folder. Okay. So let's style these elements. First thing I'm going to do is for the content, I'm going to give a background. For this entire body, I'm going to give a background. Let's create a search for language. Get that. So let's go to try. Yes, I'm going to use where for this entire page, I'm going to take that background and see how it looks. Background, choose URL. Okay. And the content is black. We should change it to white in that case. So for this body element, all the content, I'm going to change it to white. Now all the content has been changed to white, but this background doesn't look good. Let's change it. This looks better. So this styles the names and everything. We should change to a better version of it. Let's change that. So for styling these elements, we will need to have custom fonts. The default font is Times New Roman. If you see, compute there, if you see, font, font family is Times New Roman. But we can change that. Let's go to Google Fonts. We can change that to something. There is some font called Caviar. Yeah, this is looking nice. Let's use this. So we'll end up this. Let's so on. This font we need. Not this one. Let's search for yeah, like this font. Or with this font. Let's copy this code and put it in index.html to include this font in our web page. We should use this styling wherever we want to use this particular font family. So for font family like this, we are going to use the entire header section. So for all the header elements, we are going to use these. For H1, H2, we are going to use that. Even for H3. For H1, H2, and H3, we are going to use this font over here. Font weight, we don't need. Basically, we will just copy this. Font weight also we can put as something important based on how much bold we need. 100 will reduce the fullness. That is it. Default H1 will go to 700. if not set. So our 400 would be fine. It's a little lighter. So this font is looking nice. So let's try changing the font size to 25. Okay, let me one is too small, 1.5. Font size, I think we should only change for H1, not for H2. H1 font size. And change to bigger, H2 will still too small. It's 5. Let's put it 5. That looks fine. H2, we will change the font size to 1.5. Let's see. This is also fine. So that's fine now. I want to center all this into the middle, so I will just try to use this wrapper class to move it to the middle. So I'm going to use margin top and bottom as 0 and left and right as upper. And we have to specify the width in order to take this into effect. So I'm going to specify max width as 900 pixels. Expand this. That looks good. Let's comment out and see how this looks. This is to the left. Now we can change it. Yes. Okay. So I think the reason why this is not allowing me because of my resolution. Let's change it. My resolution is zoomed out. So now if I get back to this, okay, we will just go back to the personal resolution. Let's revisit that later. For now, let's continue. The content is getting repeated. If I have this background is getting repeated, so I will just change the background to okay. Repeat. So it will only cover the body. It shouldn't. Let's adjust this. We need to, not in the body, we have given the background URL in the home section, so we should put it in the home section. To the syntax error, we have to add a semicolon at the end. It's not repeating, but it's not covering the entire space. We will have to change that. Let's add it, try to add it here. Let's see. So this one, background, position, size, background size, cover I'm going to use, which will change the entire size of the background to fit into the size of the division that we're using. Copy this, putting it here. This covers the entire body of the element. Now let's go back to this. Let's see the body height. We will set it to 100%. This body height. So this has to cover this entire space. I'll change the height to 100%. But relatively, styling of this HTML should go. I'll put this as HTML and body both cover the entire 100% space. And we now have body. For this, let's try to change the background color and see how it looks. The gray color, something like F6. Doesn't love it because the background is overriding this color. I'll set margin as 0 for this. This only try to figure out the best approach. It's only experimentation. We have to fit in what fits, or we have to weigh in what fits, what doesn't fit, and figure out the rest. And these fonts are fine in this screen, but in the actual screens, because I'm zoomed in, it looks like that. But I go back to the original resolutions. These fonts don't look. I have to increase the font size. Let's go back. So usually the font size metric is done. Some standard calculations we do, we will calculate the font size as 16 pixels by default. So let's do something like set the font size. Pixels. This, this size has to be increased. The body, let's add font size. Basically, this rem calculation depends on the font size of the root element, which is the HTML element. So if we have gained 16 pixels, 16 into 1.5 it will do, and it will calculate that one. So the gap between these two lines, we have to increase. Line height. Let's give 2 times, that is too much. 1.5. Going to is too little. 1.5. The line height is the space between these two lines. So for H1 2.5, this has become smaller because we made the font size as 16 pixels. So this we need to increase. Let's see, 5 run. Let's try 7. It's too big. Let's try different resolution. This should be fine. Now this looks nice. The font size 7 run at it for H1. This size also need to increase. We will do that. And this gap also we can reduce with line height. It's a 2 rem 2 times. 2 is big. It can go with 1. 1 is also big. Let's try 0.5. Let's try 0.7. 6. Let's come back a little later. Let's leave it at 8, 0.8. And this one should also increase. The size of this also should increase. So let's try H2 now and increase the font size. It's now 1.5 rem. We'll try to see 5 is good. 5 is almost looking like this. So let's at least more. More looks okay. 3.5. Yeah, it's fine. So now what else we need to do? The footer. This footer we will take care. And this we have to center it. We will do that. Okay. Let's go to the footer. If I go over these, let's change the color of them. Let them be in a different color. Color as text color, I will use something like red. Name of another number is 6. Okay. One is a noted number. CAA 6. Looks okay. That doesn't look good. Let's try these. So fine now. Fine for now. So on hover of these, I want this color to change. But, on hover, let's change the color to something like C. Let's see how it looks. Okay, okay, thanks. And this one, I want to make this as icons instead of text. Like that, I'm going to use icons. Okay, icon. Just is this time I'm going to use the image source. This so size is too big. We have to change the size. So we can actually specify the width of it or height of it. Let's say it's 10 but let's see how it looks. And it's too small. It's too 50. Too big. Let's give it 20. 32. It's fine. Same thing I'm going to copy over to other places and just change the plot. This list styling also we have to change. It has to come like to the one after the other because this is a block element. This is coming from uh, top to bottom. So we'll change the alignment with flex box in a bit. In this image, I'm changing to I'll just change it to Twitter. So that we have to use these are copyrighted images, but for demonstration I'm showing these images. We should actually use images that are not copyrighted or easily available. And this one is a but so the best practice is to use alt text for all the images. If you have means alt should be YouTube icon. So if the image is not available, let's say for example some state, for some reason, if the image is not displayed, the alt text will be shown. So if I don't have the alt text and the image is not found, it shows like this. Doesn't have any information what it is. So it's always better to have alt text for every image. Zoom it a little bit. Do that clearly. So alt text will help us understand what this image is. Twitter icon. This is Instagram. That's it. Now we will have to align these to the right, but we will have a footer color added. This footer has to actually go to the bottom of the page, not stay in this place. So all that we will do now. Let's try adding the footer styles. So we have footer, we will add background color as black. Just add 222, just a shortcut for 22. So color ranges start from features where the color ranges start from 0000000 to FF. So 0 to 255. Each color component, RGB components will start from 0 to 255. So we're actually choosing 2, which is nearer to black, kind of brown. So that's why it's coming as black. And here in the footer, I'm going to choose the color for text as something like T3, T4, T6, somewhere in between. I can change this to a footer color. Let's see why this is not that color. So this has been overridden by this color component that we decided. So this is more specific tool. That's why it's taking preference over what we defined here. So let's try removing this, and this color is white. Let's add our color. 3, 4, 6. And the color got changed with this text. These things we have to make them all the way to the side of each other. So let's change this. This another list where we can give one class name and make the size of it uh, as display as flex for this. So I'll give class name as reference. For this, I'm going to use styling. So we have learned that list. This is an unordered list. We can actually change the disk, this image, the bullet point style with list style type. Let's change that. None. We don't want the bullet points to be shown. List style type. Socials. I think this should be top. So now this has changed to styles. No bullet points shown. So this time we have to make sure that this is shown side by side, all these list elements. So I want to change socials. Each list item in that should display as inline. So what we learned is block elements will occupy the entire space of the width of the web page, whereas inline elements come side by side. So let's change that to display inline block. So within that inline element, the display will be block. Inline block is another combination. It looks like this. And we will also change the spacing around here by defining the margin. Let's say 10 pixels. Okay. Now we have the spacing. So instead of styling this height here, we can actually put the style in the image. Let's try putting that here. So fields, image, with as 32 pixels. How we can remove this height. The size didn't change. I come this part, the size of it will be the original image size. So I'm changing the style with here. I can move from studio. Whatever image we use, whatever size of it is, it's going to adjust the size to 32 pixels width. And let's say I want to, upon hovering over this, I want to change the styling to show that this is highlighted. So we need to use something like hover effect there. So let's use that. So fields image on hover. Let's change the opacity. Opacity is a property for transparency. Opacity means opaqueness. So half of the opacity means that it's half transparent. So let's go to this, and if you see, it's transparent. It's becoming transparent. With opacity, we can do animations also. And that's it. The same thing. Even if you change the height, it will automatically adjust the width. So one property with the other, it will auto adjust. So width and height, basically this means based on the aspect ratio of the image, the size of it will reduce to width 32. And if the height is same as width, it will change the height also to 32.
Yes.
So that is Explicitly, we can actually mention both width and height to 32. That will work. If I give 132, it will squeeze or expand the image like this. So if we don't give, it will sustain the aspect ratio. So footer we have defined. Let's see. Let's put this footer some more elements. Let's display links like this. Just side by side. And I want to justify content with space between. So if you see now, this is aligned, but the margin is a little bit away. We change the margin or padding. The margin, not the margin, it's a padding. So top and bottom will do 0, and left and right will do 20 pixels. This is now aligned properly. The only problem is this one has to go to the bottom. But that, let's do something. And let's change this entire viewport into a flex box. So this is there and this is there. This is one element here. If you see here, this entire body has division and footer. These two elements are actually two children of home. If we make home as flex box and flex direction as column, this thing and this thing can be made as one after the other. So the background, I'm going to, let's try changing the body to flex box. Not the body, it's the home. This home class. So this thing I'm going to change the display to flex. And by default, flex direction is row. We have to change the direction column to stack one on top of it. Flex direction column. The body elements are now aligned one after the other, but I want to give the gap between this and this. So we have to make sure that justify content space between there. So it evenly spaces this content, this body division content and the fixed content like this. And if this background is extending till here, that's okay. If we don't want that, we can actually change this background to only apply for this content wrapper instead of for the entire home page. Let's try doing this maybe for the content wrapper. This is just an experiment. See, this doesn't look good. And this content wrapper, if I have to make it good with 100%, height 80%, this looks fine. But if I want to expand till this, I have to make sure that this is 100 VH, width. So basically, there is a measure called view width and view height. It will be defined max sizing for content wrapper, max width for content wrapper. That's why it's, yeah, we don't specify this, it will expand till the end of this. Okay. Uh, this doesn't look good. This has to be aligned to the center. Let's not go with that. Let's keep it 900 pixels and put this background back into the body. And just uncomment this. This looks nice. And there is still some comments we will share too. Let's do that with another page. Let's put the link to another page here. This background, I don't think I like this background. Let's try changing the background. Let's use something like dark. Looks nice. This looks better. Okay, now I'm going to put my one more link here in the body to go to another page. Let's say I'll put my resume. Okay. This is my bigger link. Resume. This I'm going to make it as a link. This link text I should change the color because I changed the background. This color doesn't fit. I've defined what colors. I'm having to make color links in the page. So I have to stand on the colors and color links. Color to so on hover, I'm going to change the color to PCA96. This one I noted down colors. These colors. This is the brighter colors. this text decoration, which is this underline. I want to do text decoration, non-professional. It won't be the my line that gets removed. But same colors I can apply to put it also. That is, and this is fine. Go to resume page, which is not available. Let's create this resume.html. Yeah. This time I'm going to generate HTML like this. Let's create actually like resume, course name, course name. Designation, finish. And it doesn't have any content right now, that's why it's empty. Let's add content. And the same styling we are going to use, style.css and all that should be included. So this time body class name I'm going to use as resume. So we can change the background color, not background to this. We have one header added to this. Just like the previous one, we will have a header and a footer. Header, and then a main section, and then just like the previous one, we will have h1 your name here, h2 this line. I'm going to have sections. One section for heading of the resume, and one section for the projects I have done, and one section for work experience and so on. Let's have three sections. It's just segregating sections into different areas. This is going to be resume section. So this is my profile basic information. The background is looking bad. Let's change the color just in here. So we change the command. CSS. Let's create a color palette before we can actually set up brand colors for us to use. This is our color palette. So the ones that we are going to use is dark green, which we already used, which is 3C845. There is another color called sandy beige, which is PC8896. You can actually choose these color palettes with tools like colors dot. If you go to websites like this, you can actually generate these palettes and use them. So you can basically choose these colors. Basically, if you want to change next, if you press space bar, it will change. These color palettes are complementary colors we can use. So if I want to keep this color, I can actually lock this, create more variants of this. I want to keep this. These two will be locked, and when I press space bar, it will change the other things. You can actually choose these colors and make them as your palette. So this is an important tool. With this, we can have dark gray. I have another color called blue. That's light gray, which is deep green, D4, D6, which we already did other places. Of white, which is F6, F6, F6. So these palettes, we will use this color palette. In this color, I am going to change. Background, I'll change for this. This white can stay because the background is not there. White in the white is not listing properly, showing properly. I'll change the background for this fishing section. So I want to make sure that this is just before the header. Background URL, I'll change the same URL for now. Which we used for we change this background later. So basically, I don't want this entire thing to cover the with entire width. I'll just make sure that this is just for the header and at the top. So before this header, I want to add this background. To this background, I'm going to use it only before the header. There is sudo class called before, which will give us I'll put the height and then it will be easier to understand. Content I have to specify. Display as below. To the effect of this, I can put and the cover also background size as coverage. So if you see here, this effect I achieved with pseudo class, pseudo element, before element. So this pseudo element helps us put some content before this. Any element before this, and any of the elements, we can put some content before this. Let the before pseudo element. So if I say after here, it puts it after the header element. The only constraint is you have to put some content in the pseudo element. If you don't put a content, it won't have any impact. So this content, if it is there, we can define these properties. If I don't give height, it doesn't occupy any space. So these are pseudo elements. We can put the icons you see in the website. Icons and all need not be statically put in the HTML, but it can be put in the CSS like this, pseudo elements. So before this header, I'm adding this. And for this, I'm going to change color in a bit. So this is header section. I'm going to use content wrapper for this. Inside this, I use division. The class name as content wrapper. With this content wrapper, I can have style. So now I'm going to give background as black. With this, we'll change that in a bit. Let's go back to HTML. So what else we need to add? This profile section, all this styling we need to add. Let's do one thing. So why don't you start updating this template? Tomorrow we'll see some more improvements on top of this. So let's start this live server. So, basically, we don't have the image. Why is that? Here's not going. The image URL might have got changed. Because I think we have overriding. Okay, let's revisit this. Right. So let's start from index page. We have home. This For this, we will entirely give one global styling. So we start from scratch here. So this things I'm going to give global styles here, segregating the styles so that each page, each portion of the page, we can separate style them. So font size I've selected 16 pixels, but let's choose 10 pixels for rounding off errors. Let's round it off to 10 pixels. Let's try. So default font size is 16 pixels. So I'll just give 62%, 62.5% of 16 is 10. That's okay. I think somewhere I've done a wrong calculation. I have 16 pixels. I want to make 62.5% of that. So it comes around 10 pixels. So let's change the font size to 62.5%, which is 10%, which is 10 pixels. 10 pixels is what it's because. So the advantage of defining it in percentages is if the font size of a monitor changes, specific system changes, based on that, it will calculate this number. If it's not 16, if they have zoomed in, it will be even more. That will be dynamic. So if you hardcode these 10 pixel values, that will become a problem if they change the font size. So I'm going to use model box sizing as border box for this. Even if I change the uh, size of elements, padding and other things, it should not affect the overall layout of elements, alignment of elements. That's why I'm choosing border box. So for HTML element, I'm doing that, and for every other element, I'm going to use the parent's inheritance, whichever the parent box sizing model is, that I'll choose. Star selector will allow us to select all elements and make sizing as inherit, which will inherit the parent elements box sizing model. And apart from this, I want to use it for pseudo classes before and after, which will also create this. This we can avoid, but it's convention if we are in this box sizing at the HTML level. This is default selector so that it won't affect things. Based on the custom sizing model, we can choose specific style for each of the elements. And we have HTML and body. I will choose okay now. Let's see the changes live here. This is looking better. And now comes the body. We have done this one. So body's background I'm going to use. Yes, this is fine. Let's use a margin. Let's occupy the entire space from half the margin. Let's put the margin as 0. If you are mentioning 0, you don't have to put pixels here. So this we don't have any visible change right now. If you see inspect this, let's see margin 0 it is enabled. I enable margin 0, the shift in the polygons. So this footer had actually had a margin, some default margins. I don't have the margin that will occupy the entire space of the page. That's why I'm putting margin. So let's add margin 0. So this font family I'm going to change. For the default fonts, I'm going to change to something default font family. Only for specific items we want to use these caveat fonts. Rest of the items should go with default fonts. As of now, this is Times New Roman, and we will change that to Open Sans, this standard font. So if Open Sans is not available, use sans serif. This is kind of an undecorated text. Times New Roman, if you see, it's a decorated text. There will be some kind of, if you zoom in a little bit, you can see these stylings. F has a line under it like this. There's more of a styling to the extra styling, the fonts. For plain reading, this can become sometimes difficult to read. If I use unstyled sans serif fonts, it will be casual fonts. That's why I'm using that. And font size, I have 1.5. That should work because 10 pixels, 1.5 is 15 pixels. 1.5 RAM means the root element font size is 10 pixels, and 1.5 of that is 15 pixels. 2.5 times brightness. Line height we have already configured that we can leave it as it is. And now these headings should set the size. We already have these set. So for all headings, I'm using caveat fonts. Font weight 400, which is little bolder. Yes, 700. It will be too bold. Let's use 100. 500 also is approximating to its nearest weight. So let's use 400 to be little. Changing. What's this? Yeah. 6. This 400 looks fine. And this margin also I will set it to 0. And this one we will adjust immediately. And this one, size of it is currently set at 7 RAM, which is correct. Which one I have set it to 7? This is 1. Line height should be okay. For H2, we have font size set at 3.5, which is also fine. For H3, if there is an H3 element, Set something. We only have H3. So when we add it, we will add this time. That's about the main body elements, the heading elements. Let's have for links. For all these links, we have styling applied. This move up, then I'm just segregating the styling, all global styles to be in one place. Custom styles for individual element, we will separate out into separate sections. So this should be fine. And now let's go into the elements from the footer. These anchor elements, we will style them. We don't have styles anchor yet. These anchor elements. Next thing is this content wrappers. For whom we don't have them. We have that. We'll separate section, home section separate. But content wrapper, I'm going to use it globally. H2 I have all fixed. Background color, this is the reason I have seen that it was a temporary change in order to see the resume page. It was in white, so we'll change that. So this background color not change. And we have this one. Let's add some padding to it. It's to the edge. Let's add some padding. 30 pixels. Okay. If I see the background, you can see the padding. So let's remove the background. We'll add it back when we need it. Comes the home section. This one. Let's make it as this is the comment. In CSS we can use commenting like this. Conversion background I've used properly. Background size I've made it to cover the entire page. Display I've used flex in order to align these two into vertical direction. Just for content space between. But actually we don't need this if we specify the height of this element. It's from importance. For now, let's keep that and we will change that once we figure out how to increase the height of this body. So that is one better way to align this. Instead of having this justify content, we can add this content wrapper is within this home page. Let's add some style to it. Flex properties will be used to scale the element to the highest. So we have inside home, we have content wrapper as child. For this, I'm going to use flex properties. Let's demonstrate it. Browser, this content wrappers. I'm going to use flex. First thing is, let's put 000. If you see here, flex grow, flex shrink, flex spaces. Third element is the flex spaces. So automatic, we will select the basis as automatic. Whatever the initial size of the element, it will be that one. And flex grow, we are going to choose one in this. So we will regrow it and don't shrink. Second one, we will leave the zero, that means shrink zero. If the height of the element reduces, the shrinking will not happen for this element. So grow will happen evenly. Let's try disabling justify content and see if that works. How it works. Basically, what we have done is the size of the body. We allowed content wrapper to grow to the entire size by adding this one. Grow to one means evenly grow. As long as the space is available, grow it. If there is another element here, both those elements will share the edits. So that let's say we have another content wrapper, two contents. So this entire thing will fit into this. It will adjust the overall height of the element, it will adjust, and this size of this element, oops, height of it. Let's try selecting this element, and let's try to go property, flex property to 0, 0, doesn't select anything right now. Let's say growth property, I'll set it to 1.5. So as the size of the page reduces, size of this reduces, but not this view. This will occupy twice the space of this element. Let's leave it at that. And for justify content, we will remove this. It's enough to put this flex grow property for this content wrapper. So flex, I'm going to use 1, 0, auto is the current initial size of the element, and 1 means whether it should grow or not based on the size of the containers. Confirm this extra element. Let's try changing the flex grow to 0. So if there's no growth, height does not increase, it will occupy only the space it requires. It doesn't occupy the entire height of the element. Content wrapper is 900 pixels max width, but it's not the initial width. If I go see the body, we have set height to 100%. Even though the height of the body is 100%, the containing box is 100%. It's not occupying the full height of it because we are setting the let's grow property to 0. That means don't grow the size of it. So let's change it back, refresh, and let's throw if it is 1, evenly increase the size. That's not what we do. Let's do this file. That's good. And the background text direction column. Let's see the repeat is required. So we want specified text direction. Sorry, background size as covered. So repeat will have no effect. I don't have this cover size, it will repeat. In that case, we will have to specify no repeat if I don't want to repeat the background. If the size of the element is greater than the size, width, and height of the background, it will try to repeat by default unless I specify the no repeat property. If I set the background size as cover, it will cover the entire space. No repeat by default is applied. I don't need to explicitly specify the repeat. So this will fix error. And comes the background for this. And font color, let's change it to black. So the color anything of this portion. Now the color is black. Let's make this background as white. It will be complementary and you can see that. So content wrapper into background. I want to select this. And default this lens, heading lens. This one will change to set entirely yes. This section we will change the style. It's content page. So the background as which is white. And let's change the transparency. Now change this transparency. Let's say I want to make it transparent. All background should background image also should be visible means I can change this definition to include the RGB and all parameters. RGB values I can actually use 0 to 255. 0 means black and 255 means white. So there are three RGB values, 255 to 55 to 55. All 255 means it's white. And I can specify the opacity of this 0 to 1. 0 is fully transparent and 1 is fully opaque. So I can choose somewhere around 0.5 to be half transparent. You can see the background a little bit from there. Similarly, we can actually use RGBA instead of this definition. We can actually use RGBA and we can specify four values here. This also from 0 to 255. 0 means completely transparent, 255 means completely opaque. 0 to check. This is 0 to GB. Let's try. I'll revisit this in the lesson. I need to refer to this. Let's use it in this format. So alpha we can specify. Alpha means opacity of the background. So even for colors, we can use this from RGB specification. We can use. And for this, I'm going to use one more padding level to center it. Padding and use 30 pixels. Okay. Yes. And let's go to this. This one will change the color to white again. And section, I'm going to change the color to this is fine. Now let's go to resume. Next, we now have black and this has white. And this needs to go to the middle, or let's see what we can do with this resume page. Let's go to resume. We have this structure. We have content wrapper, same thing. This let's use it as content wrapper again, because content wrapper we have this. Tagging and or padding and things got applied. Now let's add another section called projects. With this one, I'll change the color to black. Inside the resume section, let's say I will take resume class. In home section, I have used color as white. Resume section, I'm going to use different colors. Here's the main section has all this content. In this main, I'm going to use black color. So for that, I'm going to use this selector, name dot and wrapper, color black. So now we have okay, let's add one more section listing the projects. This way you have another heading just like this. Projects. You have another paragraph. Except that this time we are going to add some images here and show a list of projects on the left and descriptions on the right. Let's have a division that says out your projects. Let's say I'll put one image here, but now I'll just put this done image. Let's say one heading will be add project one, description of that project, and then we'll put links to the project. This time we have our project listed here. So this image, I'm going to use something from Google. So to do this projects, but this one has to have an indentation. So all projects will be listed, but this is coming under directly under projects. Some indentation I might want. This division I'm going to use as project wrapper, which will list all projects. Let's style this project wrapper. And this will be added into one section. So I will have multiple projects. Each project will be listed as a titled item. Same thing I'm going to copy. It's just in this section, let's give a class name, project title. And you can see, okay, we have these projects listed, 3 projects. Four projects listed. I want to have time list with the image comes here and description comes here like that. Now let's style this element so that will be aligned. Let's go to styles. We have project title. But yes, let's say I want to center it. So horizontal top and bottom, I'm going to use some gap. And if I want to center it, I have to give margin as auto. So talking about 30 pixels, center it, but we can't see it because its width is not set. So if I set the width to 200 pixels, you can see that this is centered. But actually, I want to have this as a image on the left and description on the right. I can achieve that with Flexbox. Let's try something like grid this time. You can have a grid that flows like, let's say, first column, second column. Let's give this image that we have. Let's remove this styling. I'm going to give vertical, horizontal margin as 0. With this image, I'm going to give a size of, let's say, 300 pixels. I'm going to use floats this time, just to float the image to the left and sentence to the right. We will change that in a bit. Then Flexbox is even better approach. Let's try demonstrating float first. We'll optimize that later. So project item we have. Inside this we have an image. Let's select this image and float it to the left. Let's select project item. Inside that child is image. I'm going to use width as 300 pixels. Because the image is not shown. Let's use the image. Okay. Let's change the position of this description to here. So let's put the image to float left. And we don't have a pattern. So to the right, we will change the margin. Margin right. We will add 20 pixels to give a gap. I'm going to just change the vertical. Okay, that's because it was overflowing. I will do this extra. That's fine. Then we will add another version. This one, we will make it responsive even more. Let's see. And we'll do reduce the size of this window and this. Well, automatically is flowing and it looks nice. You don't have to do anything. You see if there is some problem with these things, Let's try and reduce the size. Looks fine. I need to do that. Let's add one more section here. For education, work experience. So this section is about project tracker. Let's add one more section. Work experience. I'm going to put summary as task name. And so this section is projects. Actually, we shouldn't add here. To be under special section, and this is projects. We need to add one more section. This I'm going to your work experience. Inside this, we will have one more division. Let's add in some heading, just like this session section, just like this one. This is going to be work experience. Okay. And inside this, I'm going to add one more section like this. For each of the experiences, I will add a section. Process work item. We'll add the summary of the work and then some description of this division. The summary. There. Some filler text. This I'm going to go work summary. And heading I should give one more division for heading. Use H3. Content students. And description of that. Maybe some kind of self-employed or something. And so on. And we will give from which state to which state. Content fee. Date. Let's see how this looks. This will be title and this will be, we will change the styling of these two. And this one is the description, summary of the work. So like this, I'm going to add 3 more items. Before that, I'll add class to this. Details. I'm going to add more sections. It's like this. Let's add some information here. Yes, summary. We will add summary as well as some key responsibilities of key contributions. Here I'm going to use another list here. List some of this. If this that copy, okay, then this as well. Let's see how this looks. In the styling, we will upload lines. Let's do that. I'll choose per item, each of these items. I'm going to use margins, indented a little bit. So now this item class. It's like for projects, I'm going to use the same pixels. 0 pixels. Vertical margin 30 pixels. Left and right 0 pixels. And paragraph elements, I'm going to use paragraph. Margin is already 0. It's not required. Let's do one small experiment. This item I'm going to use display as grade and give columns as 2 columns. We'll give 300 pixels and then a function. We will have 2 columns. We have 2 things here, work details and work summary. Just like we had float, we could have used float. We could have made this as float. For this demonstration, let's with grid. Grid is even better. We could use the same thing with float, just selecting this item, division item, work detail item. Let's do that also and see how that looks. Let's comment out this loop left. It floated, but doesn't look that great. We can increase this margin. Let's try margin like this. Margin right as 20 pixels, just like this. Okay. Looks fine. Okay. So as long as the height of this is matching, it's going like this. So after the element's height is over, the entire text is coming below this. We can actually increase the height of this also. Height as pixels. So it increase the height. That word work. We don't know accurately what's the size of this text. If the text size changes, if the height of the there are 3-4 elements here, 3-4 lines here, the height will change. So it's better to use grid box for text unless we know the size, height of the image, just like we had for image. It's better to use grid. Grid is a flexible way to dynamically determine the size and align items. Okay, this is fine. Let's add one more section, education. That will be it. Once we add education, we are going to format the footage and we have to add the portfolio. We can add any number of pages. And these images we can change this. It has education. And that's it. Once education is done, we are done with this portfolio website. We'll visit the React next. Add a new section. Basically, we must something. We have the content preparation section. We have some style, but we didn't apply the same style to work experience section. Same section. Implement section. That's just a placeholder. We have education section now. Process education. Includes heading, description. And we can have description, but not shipment. This time, I'm going to use each of the education qualifications as institution item. We'll have some headers. We'll add one paragraph, description of this, a short description that says about major domain, and one more paragraph. And this is the template. We have multiple items like this. Let's add 3 items and in this also we can align, we can leave it like this. We don't need to use a grid. Leave it like this. We'll just add some tweaks to it. This section says work experience. This education. So this education item, I'm going to change the margin and padding. Margin top and I'm going to go that it's just like others. And inside this, I'm going to give all the key elements also those if you align with. And we're good. And now last thing is footer. We and see footer items index.html. Let's see if this can be improved. Almost done with this. Footer, I haven't added anything. The fishing page is added. Same footer, we're going to copy from index and add it. This looks okay. Let's see. This will be this footer. The footer will have a background. Color is fine. This we used space between address. That's okay. Padding is fine. We have profiles, there's icons. We can change the styles, image size. We have image size set 32 pixels, which is correct. It's fine. On hover, we have opacity. That's good. Let's see what is this. If we have a directory, do we need this? Let's see. This is needed because we are putting this image before. Yeah, this is needed. I think that's all about it. Let's move this to visual section. Yeah. It's all about simple portfolio website. We can have any number of pages. We can have navigation links, main menu items, and everything. And this can be your banner image, something like the banner. Okay, that's about how to build a portfolio website. I'll refine this template to have proper images and styling and share it with you sometime. And this is roughly how we build a simple website with HTML and CSS.